Good morning, chat. I'm going live a whole 10 minutes before the challenge. Isn't that crazy? You get to do all my social media business. There's that. There's that. And there we go. And the stream decker is already updated. I'm on a roll. And we'll do this. There we go. All right, we're in. We're in, chat. It's 6:51 on November 22nd. We're about to play some Death and Taxes. For those who are curious, I am hoping to have an article out in the next couple of days about. It's basically just like if you're playing Eternal Weekend in TNT, here's what you should know. Or oh my god, if you're playing DNT at Eternal Weekend, it's going to include this list. It's going to include a sideboard guide, rundowns of the matchups you should be most worried about, things like that. I've done it before for previous Eternal Weekends. I didn't get around to doing it for before the North American Eternal Weekends. Just it wasn't a fun time for Legacy, and I was also very busy. So, but I want to bring that back. So let's talk about the things going on in this list. I think the sideboard is probably about the same as it was. I think the only change might be like Wrath of the Skies for Prismatic Ending, something like that. I still have some ideas on things that I want to try, but this is I might want like another Deafening Silence over a Flute. I'm a little bit biased there just because I've literally played against like 5 combo decks in a row in my leagues. So, but if we go to the main deck, we can see Thalia is here. Again, somewhat motivated by the abundance of combo that's been around there, at least early on in the meta. Also, notably pretty good against Cutter as far as Thalia against tempo decks go. Cutter really wants its spells to cost however much they cost. So, I think interesting that you don't really need to cut Thalia against that tempo deck, which is kind of cool. I found the room for this by basically cutting the 2 Bowmasters and shaving down to 3 White Orchid Phantoms. I like having 4. I wouldn't mind looking for finding room for a 4th in the sideboard somewhere, but I didn't decide to go that far at this point. The other change, Meteor Sword. If you are in the DNT Discord, you'll know there was a pretty big discussion around this card. The basically, so 7 mana equipment when it enters, destroy target permanent. The idea here is basically there's a couple of ways to come about it. I think the big thing that motivates for this even being a discussion is the fact that Cauldra is like kind of bad right now. I think a big part of it is that every colorless deck has Kozilek's Command to answer it. And the worst, it's almost like bad that because every colorless deck is like so proactive, they have the One Ring, they have, they are something akin to a combo deck. Like you have to devote your mana to putting something into play that they're going to immediately kill and draw a card off of. And that really sucks. Doomsday, a lot of times it's like important to have a lot of times as like a way to produce a clock, but also sometimes it just doesn't get there. Like they Doomsday, they go to 9, you put in a call to attack them to 4, and then they kill you. Excuse me. That's a pretty common play pattern. Don't really want it against like any of the tempo decks. I think the only one you really want it against is blue black sometimes, but that matchup's like free, so whatever. Um, so yeah, we're trying this card out. I haven't gotten into play very much. I've gotten into play like once against Doomsday, and it wasn't very good. But literally nothing I was able to do was good. So whatever. It is, there's not that's not a knock against it. Um, Currently, I'm trying it in a list without Phantom Blade as well. Obviously, Phantom Blade at 5 is much, much, much more castable than Meteor Sword at 7. Um, but I have not found myself in situations where I like really need to hard cast my Phantom Blade all that often. And um, I would honestly much rather, as you can see, play 2 copies of Pre-War Formal Wear. My favorite thing about my list that I've been my non-Felia list that I've been playing is just like having 2 copies of Formal Wear has been awesome basically all the time. Um, and if we're looking for something that's like proactive and answers a card in some way, then I think like I would much rather that card cost 3 than 5 anyway. So I in a sense I almost look at it more like the formal wear replaces the phantom blade, the meteor sword replaces the cauldron. So so that's where my head is at with this. I hope it's good. Um my friend Sam has been testing it out, and at least the last I heard, he had gone 10 matches, and uh, in those 10 matches, he did not find a single instance where Meteor Sword was not better than Cauldra. There were certainly spots where getting Cauldra would have been fine too, but Meteor Sword, he never wanted his Meteor Sword to be Cauldra when he was casting his Stone Forges, and that's pretty telling. So, excuse me. Good evening. It's morning for me. Good evening for you, though. Sure looks like evening outside. Man, I really wish I could fit Cabal Therapy into this deck somewhere. How morning is it? It's about to be 7 a.m. for me. 10 people FNM? Hell yeah. I still need to make it out to my FNM. I've been so busy. I think I'm planning on going next Friday, so that should be fun. I spent the last week or two getting all my Felia cards, and I now have them all. Um, yeah, technically one of my friends has my 2 foil overlords, but I just have to meet up with him and they're mine. So the match has started. Forest River. Never heard of him. All right. I think it looks acceptable. Foiling Ruby Storm. Hello. Oh yeah, you can get foil medallions now, can't you? Because MH3. I never thought about that. My opponent is currently mulliganing to 5. A couple of commander cards. Oh, is there? Yeah, there's not like a foil Jessica's Will or whatever. Basic Mountain Pass. I'm gonna guess Painter or Moon, one of the two. Oh, Elemental Eruption. That makes sense. Oh, Show and Tell. Okay. Well, there's this mulligan must have been horrible. I just heard my phone buzz. Give me a second. I'm almost certainly taking this stock up. I just want to think about it a little bit more. Yeah, okay, we're good. All right, take stock up. They need to draw a blue source and something to do with their show and tell, and I have an answer for both of them. They can't even spell pierce my Aether Vial I'm about to cast. Interesting. Yeah, I'm still gonna cast it. Maybe I'm supposed to Wasteland there, actually. Now we're cooking. Yeah. This is one of the reasons the Thali is in the deck. Just completely demolishing show and tell. Still no lands. Oh, poor friend. Yeah, all right. Not sure how they get out of this one. Resolves. I think I'm gonna Skyclave this Lotus Petal too. Recruiter, sure. They are over it, and I don't blame them. I think I just want these against show and tell. Again, specifically against Sneak and Show. If I was playing as Omnitel, I would bring in Deafening Silence and Gaddock Teeg. I don't think that I need that against Sneak and Show. No, I should, because they'll probably have to hardcasting Sneak Attack. I can get rid of Sash. I don't wanna cut all of my removal, but I don't want too much. Although I probably want maybe I got like 1 Skyclave, 1 Swords, something like that. Let's try that. I haven't boarded against Sneak and Show in so long. There are some matchups I would keep this, but this is not one of them. Yeah, this works. Put the Surveil back. No shuffles. Interesting. Well, I was gonna hmm. So I want to flute show and tell. Normally, I would take the stock up here, but I might have to take the abrade. That might be cope. Huh. No, I'm supposed to take the stock up here. If they abrade my flute, whatever. It's probably gonna clear the way for a card that actually matters. Thank you. I like my taste in music too. Perfect. Let's stop in their draw step here. I've been noticing a lot of tension with my fetch lands where like I both want to be able to get a green source for Gaddock Teeg eventually, but also really want to be surveilling, which is making me wonder if I should turn I could see a world where I turn one of my surveil lands into a lush portico so that I can surveil while getting a green source. Oh man, Triumph surveil lands would be unreal. All right, I'm gonna wish that this was a lush portico right now. I will keep that on top. That's nice. No point in hiding the Crocus right now, I think. What do I want to get here? I guess Containment Priest puts a little more pressure on this Abrade. I'll do that. Okay. I was wondering if they were going to cast a sneak attack. That would have been bad for me. Oh. Not very good with a flute on show and tell in play right now, but it might be. We'll see. I'm really not sure what to make of the fact that my opponent has cantripped a million times but hasn't like done anything. They're close to hard. They can hard cat. No, they did. They have the amount of mana, but not the right colors of mana to hard cast an Atraxa right now. Okay, I'm gonna start by casting my Containment Priest, seeing what they do about that. If they Force of Will it, then I will Disruptor Flute, Show and Tell again. All right, Containment Priest is in play. They knew that was coming, which is why I'm a little surprised that they abraded the flute, but yeah, they're just passing. All right, sure. Works for me. If I had drawn another land, I would put Yorion in my hands. I think right now I'm tempted to just wait, keep my mana up. Yeah, I just don't want my flute to get dazed if I have to cast a flute. And we don't have a great way to make our clock any better right now. I guess if we draw another land, I could also just like wisp my Surveil lands to like double my clock without exposing my flute to a daze. I could also just like be thinking too hard about days right now. I guess I could just untap my plans, huh? Yeah, I'll do that. We are, in fact, doing some science. I think my list is like remarkably close to yours. I don't know if it's identical, but it's close. The sideboard's probably different. That might be it. Ugh, excuse me. Please show and tell in omniscience. Come on, come on, come on. Well, that's boring. I'm disappointed. I expected this so much more than that. I'll stick with total amount of mana. 2 wisp, you 4. Oh, okay, got it. You only have 1 wisp in yours. Yeah. All right. Pretty comfy round one win. Yeah, pending over wrath. I wasn't sure if you had 3 flutes still. I feel like I might want to go down to 2 just because it's been a little bit clunky at times. But one thing I was just thinking, I don't know if this is something that you've encountered. I find myself in a lot of situations where there's a lot of tension with my fetch lands because I really want to surveil with them, but I also don't. I also like want to be able to get a green source for my Gaddock Teeg. So I'm thinking about maybe if one of these shadowy backstreets should be a lush portico. A second green land also. This hasn't happened to me, but it inevitably will. Um, um, is I'm gonna be livid the first time that my first Overlord trigger mills my 1 Savannah, and I no longer have a good way to cast Teeg. Um, so just having like a second card in the deck that can make green mana also seems just like generally pretty valuable. I was talking with XJ at one point about like if there's room for a basic forest somewhere, that would basically solve the same problem. I think the basic forest would have to be in the sideboard. You could find the room for it there, but the obvious improvement there is just that with vistas in the deck, you go up to you put 1 forest in the deck and add 5 green sources, which is pretty big. So I did that back in the when I was trying Magus of the Moon in Black White back in 2024. Yeah, that's where my head is at on that. Is it worth it? That's been brought up before. Basic swamp is just so important that I really have a hard time cutting Vista. I did cut 1 plains um, to fit in another normal fetch. That's where this Windswept Teeth comes from. Yeah, it's a little questionable, but yeah, you see where I'm coming from. Anyway, with a round one win, I'm just gonna go check on my family real quick. I don't know if they're up yet, but I know that my dogs had a little bit of trouble with their morning walk because it was so rainy. So I want to give them another one real quick, and I'll be back in a little bit. You know what? While I'm gone, go ahead and take a look at today's mana matrix. Let me know what you think of these, chat. Looks like we got some spicy categories. Mull it over. I'll be back in a little bit. Hey, chat, I'm back. We got 5 matches left. All right. Oh my gosh. Hello. There we go. Got one there. Toughness 2. Color. Well, that's a Psychic Frog. Toughness 2, CMC 5. We got Solitude. Lifelink. We need Bane Slayer Angel. Bane Slayer Angel for this one. Lifelink, but it's a blue-black card. That's interesting. Now it's a Planeswalker with lifelink. Oh, the new Sorin, right? If someone knows what the MH3 flip Sorin is called, please let me know. That doesn't look right. There is an Urza Planeswalker there. Ravenous Neonate, thank you. Oh, yep, that's definitely the right art. So we need a blue-black card with lifelink, a Brothers War card with lifelink, a Brothers War card with CMC 5. I'm gonna have trouble with this one. Yes, it is. Thank you, Sam. So there are 2 blue-black cards in all of the Brothers War. There's 4 Planeswalkers in the Brothers War. Oh. There's a Titan. No. That's a creature. Never mind. Gix's command. Thank you. Good one. Are there really 4 Planeswalkers in the Brothers War? What the hell are they? Oh, they're it. Okay. I was like, what the hell? What do you mean druid? That doesn't seem right. There's a Teferi. There is an Urza, but it's like it's the meld card. I don't remember what it's called. All right. Urza. Urza Lord Protector. There we go. That's the one I was looking. Wait, no, that's the creature. That's the creature. That's part of the meld. Urza Planeswalker. There we go. It's literally just called Urza Planeswalker. So a blue black card with lifelink and a blue black card from Bro. Round one opponent was Sneak and Show. It was not close. One show and tell result. It put an Attrax into play while I already had a Containment Priest out. Like when the show and tell was put onto the stack, I had a Containment Priest out. You had the creature half that turns into earns a planeswalker, have the having backside be half of a planeswalker is not enough for this category. That is good to know. Not that meld cards really come up that often, but that is good to know. What is a blue black creature with lifelink? A 1/4 from Amonkhet. Interesting. Oh, that's Kaladesh. Blue black card from Kaladesh with lifelink. I'm having a hard time thinking through this song, but I'm doing my best. This song is called the song is called a wave. Wait, yes, the song is called "Wave of Babies." It's by Animals as Leaders. UB for 1/4 lifelink and then something with scrying. Interesting. Man, I feel like I can. No, no, never mind. I was thinking that I could see like an Hour of Devastation card that may have done something like this, but I'm realizing I'm thinking of the one that was like it was in the like -1/-1 counters matter archetype. There was like a 3/3 or something. It was like if you were. It was only black though. It wasn't blue black. Man, these are some tough intersections. I'm gonna laugh if there's just like there's like a no, because lifelink. I was gonna say it would be funny if there's like a random like a blue black legends card like from the set Legends that has lifelink, but lifelink didn't even exist then. So I think that Silumgar only has flying. I don't think it has anything else. You're talking about like the oh, it had death touch. Okay, that makes sense. That's like the 3/7, right? Something like that. Chat, we might just have to send it. I got nothing for these. We're gonna look out for the one that Espo mentions, but yeah, I think we're yeah, okay. We got everything else. Let's go to Scryfall. CI equals UB, keyword, lifelink. The Kaladesh one here, contraband kingpin. There we go. That is the only one that was printed. Okay, I guess technically M20 barely made it. I was like, that was the only one printed before like 2023. Yeah, no, 2024. There were two of them, and then they've printed 7 in the past year. Of course, we forgot Morbius. Oh no, never mind. This one's all will be one. Anyway, and then fuck. Forgot. The Painlands. How could I forget the Painlands? I recognize this card too. I don't know why, but like I've definitely like this art stays in my memory. Yeah, that's what I think that's part of where my head was at is that like if there's only two of them, it's not a gold set. So like I know that they tend to usually do like cycles of like signpost uncommons as like multicolors, even in non-gold sets. But I was like, is that like where does that fit in, you know? I mean, I know pre-modern exists. I have a very vague sense of what the decks are, but that's it. That's it for me. Yeah, this one is March of the Machines, yeah. It does have um similar to Gatekeeper Malekith. This is one of my favorite cards ever, by the way. Card's a fucking banger. I learned the game on Zendikar Vampires, so this one holds a very, very special place in my heart. That and oh, I had an extra U in there. Whoops. All timer. All timer. Oh, don't get me started on Vampire Nighthawk. I love that they have never commissioned a new piece of art for this card. This art is just so good. They've printed it. I guess they did. There was the F&M or the DCI promo, but aside from that, they haven't like done a new piece of art in a reprint or anything like that. This art's just right. Yeah, yeah. I started with World Wake specifically. Um, I didn't really ever play, ever buy or play Alara, other than I think I got a couple of the Alara Reborn all foils boosters that they were printing back then. Just because like I was a new I was a new player, so I thought the idea of just getting a pack of foils was cool. So I think I got like one or two of those. It feels fitting that I started with World Wake and my favorite card still in the one deck I play in the one format I play heavily features a World Wake card. So I think that's neat. There we go. Sick, we're fourth seed. Let's go. Oh no. No. Shit. Yeah, it felt so bad that they literally show and telled in an Atraxa into an onboard containment priest. And then I just put my Meteor Blade in and had to be or Meteor Sword in and had to be like, wait, what do I do with this? Yeah, that first game was not good either, that's for sure. They are 6 rounds. You can see it over here. It scales with the number of players, but the minimum is 6 rounds. Oh yeah, Quest for the Holy Relic? Hell yeah. I don't really I really played with any of those cards in my time, but this song is Pareidolia by Haken. I think I'm pronouncing that word right, but I'm definitely not certain. Seems a bit clunky for the draw, but it's got enough going on. I've got a Wasteland. Delver. Okay. Not the kind of matchup I wanted to see with this hands, but we will make of it what we can. Yes. There you go. What do they reveal? Brainstorm, of course. Are they gonna flip Delver into Cutter plus Bauble? No, okay. Not that crazy. I would like my Caracas to get wastelanded if something's gonna get wastelanded. This is far from the hand I wanted to see. But we'll see what we can do. Kept a card on top. Okay. Two on top with preordain. I don't like that. I am gonna need a solitude here. I'm just gonna do it right now. I'm gonna get rid of the Thalia. I want the Witch Enchanter in case my opponent finds a cutter. Taking Delver over a DRC might be a little bit greedy. I'm just hoping that like they aren't able to flip the DRC. Not very likely, but oh, Sprite Dragon. Oh, got it. So I'm just like dead. Is a very aggressive build of Delver. It makes me wonder if they even have Cutter in their deck. It's hard to imagine having Cutter and Sprite Dragon, right? Oh my god. Extremely aggressive build of Delver. Got it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I knew it was going to be force at the end. All right. Okay, let's board in 5 removal spells. What do you... I really don't think I want Thoughtseize against the mutagenic growth deck. I'm going to do something like this. Let's try this. Coca-Cola Dragon to complement the Sprite Dragon. That's so fucked up. Okay, deck. All right, this looks somewhat better. It's not great, but let's play Backstreet first. I don't really want to draw that. Okay, very happy to see a land here. Let's start off with Thalia. Resolves, cool. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Okay. That's fine. Um, yeah, I'm gonna force a bolt here. I guess I probably could have attacked there. Maybe it's better to not if they don't have bolt. Oh, thank God they're not flipping. Bolt on the Stoneforge, yep. Next one will get formal wear. Oh man, do I do it? They've played 2 wastelands now as mana sources. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're doing it. We'll attack this time. No Cauldron in the deck right now. I'm trying it out. Okay. I would like to have non-solitude removal against a deck that seems this threat dense, but I think it's hard to argue with 2 Stoneforges and a solitude to protect myself. I am tempted to just solitude this DRC right now. It's gonna deal me a lot of damage and fix a lot of their problems. I'm just gonna do it now. So the threat's probably Sprite Dragon then? Okay. I mean, Vile's a pretty good one here. I could have just cast Stoneforge into a daze, but yeah, getting a force out of their hand here seems really big. Okay, that's fine. I might do it again. We'll see. Let's see what happens with the Stoneforge. Resolves. Okay. Um, I'll get a Meteor Sword again. In this case, I think I'm happy to just wait to see if it flips. There's a little bit less pressure on me to get rid of it immediately. Basic Mountain. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right, please. I would like lands, like literally nothing but lands. The next 5 draw steps would be amazing. Thank you. Good start. With just a Delver and 1 card, I don't feel pressured to use this Solitude. I'm gonna wait to use it on, like, a Murktide or something. Um, yeah, let's get a Formal Wear. Days has entered the chat. Good to know that one of their I can play around that for basically forever. This is really, really good for me. Yeah, we're just slamming this Meteor Sword on the Delver right now. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I am in a really good position right now. So their 1 card in hand is Days. They're about to draw another one. Lands, please? No. That's not horrible. Okay. I feel like the Days is probably not gonna still be in their hand after that, but we'll see. Okay. I am very happy to be getting this much time. They shuffled after the pond. I think they're digging really hard to find a threat. They just can't find one. Um, I'm just gonna hold up Formal Wear here, I think. Oh yeah, that turn one Solitude bought us like literally infinity time. Literally. Let's get rid of this now. I think Thalia's probably the least impactful card here. Yeah. Yep, haven't run Mom for a very long time. Oh, just dropping my phone. I basically haven't run Mom all of this year, more or less. Good morning, Rosie Dog. How's it going? All right, they didn't shuffle off of that Ponder, but they also have a lands, so that's interesting. So maybe they're about to Murktide. Is that the hope? Don't really need another Aether Vial, but they're just over it. Okay, cool. All right, sick. That's another quick one. Yes. A better start in a while. Yeah, that was a weird build of Delver, honestly. Very aggressive, and in that way, I think it's, like, very, very sink or swim against DNT, like, either you get totally over the top or you don't, and then you're never able to come back in at all. Um, alright, I'm gonna be gone for a little bit again. I wanna check on my family, make sure they're doing okay, and I'll probably be back in, like, 10-ish minutes. I'll be back on camera in a few. I'll be back on camera in a minute. Just not right now. It's a very weird deck. I'm curious how if they're like gonna actually try to win or if they're just trying to put like Tamios and Kataras and whatever to try to win. We'll see. I feel like I'm in a pretty good spot, but I don't know if they're playing like Dazes or Wastelands or whatever that might make it hard for me to get into like double spelling territory. I feel like representing a plow here, but if I get it out, I'm like, whatever. At least the Flicker Wisp can still like sort of attack the Tameo. I think this is fine. I basically want to just draw lands for the next like 4 turns though. I agree that the illusion, the art for this illusion token is very misleading. They just milled a Tameo. No, or no, they milled a Flooded Strain. Never mind. That's a Tameo that they. I'm surprised they cashed in that Tameo here. Honestly, it makes me think that they probably have another one in their hand, but like whatever. Of course, right as I get a non-basic, they finally draw a Wasteland. I wasn't sure if they had. I did see that Merit Lage is now Aang by default. It's kind of cursed. All right, well, I have another one of those, so that's fine. Another stock up, okay. Okay. Cool. I was just hoping I draw a land so I could just like cast Thalia and put Yorion in my hands. That is 3 plows that they're through, so they're getting a little bit low on removal potentially. Okay. Mystic Sanctuary. All right. That's probably putting a plow on top if I had to guess. Putting stock up on top. Okay. I mean, that's what I was going to recruit for, so I guess I'm just casting it now. They can't hard cast Force. They're 1 mana off of that. Okay. Force is pitching a Force of Negation. Okay, cool. Um, so the last card in hand is stock up. We'll see what happens. I have to pay 4 mana. This is a pretty good matchup for Thalia, huh? If I find a bad enough white card to pitch, I guess if I draw a land, then I'm going to recruit for a Wisp to just Wisp the Murktide. if I draw any white card that I'm not super excited about casting, then I'll just recruit for a Solitude and pitch that boring white card. I don't think that I want to pitch my Yorion to a Solitude if we draw anything else. Like if we draw like an Aether Vial or a Thoughtseize or whatever. Hardcast Yorion Blink the Lord is certainly a play. Um, but I would rather, since they are casting a stock up right now, um, I would rather do something. I'd rather something worse get forced, basically. Assuming they still have cards in hands. If they don't have cards in hand, yeah, I'm just gonna Merc Yorion. They are casting another Murktide. That might force me to go for Yorion here. We'll see. They have 2 cards left. Um, I'm gonna take this hit. Land. So that threatens lethal. Of course, they have days in their deck. Yeah, okay. Took them 9 turns to show me they had days. If I Yorion here, I would get to blink out one of the Murktides. Yeah, so I guess Yorioning there was better, but I wasn't really certain that my opponent had days in their deck. And it felt like Force was the more important card to be playing around there. Um, Definitely don't want White Orchid Phantoms. I don't really want 2 formal wares against the Plow deck. And then this Sash is probably mid. It's basically does something. It's like, well, they have. I'm gonna think about this a little bit more because they do have Mystic Sanctuary in addition to the Murktide. That alone isn't usually enough to justify putting like keeping this in, but I want to think about it at least. Um, yeah, let's do this. Set a black source would be great. How did I get the Savannah and no black source twice? I guess I'm keeping this. I'm gonna throw one of the wastelands back. Wish I'd played this Caracas before. Um, gonna let them get at least one clue off of this. I'm probably gonna bounce it in their end step. So I've gotten Meteor Sword into play twice so far. One of them was against Eureka, so it didn't matter. The other was just a little bit ago, the first round we played against Sneak and Show. And in game two, we had a containment priest in play, and they cast a show intel. And I was like, oh, sick. This Meteor Sword is going to annihilate my opponent's omniscience. And then they just put in a Trax into play that got exiled right away, and then nothing happened. Nice. We can get a basic now. All right. If you say so. They're going to go to discard here. Works for me. Discarded a Surveil land. Wild. Yeah, we're going up to 5 here. Oh. Cool. First one got consigned, second one whiffed. I mean, hopefully they don't consign my Yorgon trigger in a little bit. Soundboard is good here. When I had my Caracas around, I was gonna just blink only one of the overlords. I'm probably still just gonna blink one overlord. With the second one taking down to yeah, I'm gonna maybe I'm doing this wrong. Maybe I'm supposed to just cast the Stoneforge too. Um yeah, I think I was supposed to cast the Stoneforge first. But now I don't want it to get dazed. I'm just gonna see what happens here. I'm just gonna blink the older Overlord. We'll see what they do. I want to be aware. They could have Containment Priest too. I don't think that's like absurd for them to have. Although I guess if they had a Containment Priest, they probably would have cast it in response to the Vial activation. So they're brainstorming into a consign. Okay. I was never gonna get around that. So, but that's why I only blinked one Overlord. Okay. I think I should have a Stoneforge in play. I wouldn't have blinked it because was obviously playing around the consign. But I should probably have a Stoneforge in play and like a Meteor Sword in my hand or something like that. Prismatic Ending on my Vial. Bummer. Just gonna consign me to death, huh? Katara, okay. I mean, I can waste them twice off of consign mana and then cast my Stoneforge. I don't know if that's. I'm not certain that that's worth it, but I'm gonna see if I kill the Tamio first. I'm gonna have to get through this consign at some point anyway, which is why I'm like not certain that I'm supposed to do that. But Park Shaden, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. They have a plow. Okay. Well, now I can waste their tundra and then get owned by days. Let's go for it. Yeah, of course. This deck is really annoying to play against, and I feel like my opponent just keeps having like the exact answer they need every turn. But if I can manage, yeah, they are a days deck. We got by a turn 9 days in the first game. But, like, I don't know how I'm supposed to play around days and consign and force all effectively, like right on time. Um, they still have consign in their hand, so I don't really want to cast my Stoneforge at all. Um, but maybe I just have to. Yeah, I think I just have to. I think my best bet is just making this game take long enough that when okay, um, making this game take long enough that my opponent can't win a third. Jesus. Yeah, I don't really know what this deck is trying to beat, but it is definitely beating me right now. And it may have been part I mean, I mulled to 6 and my first overlord got consigned and then my second one whiffed. Like if I was up a card right now, I would feel honestly even just like one more card, I would feel much better about where I am right now. And now they're gonna cast a Murktide. Yeah, okay. They're just casting another Murktide, yeah. This is how the last game ended up too. I think my opponent definitely knows how to beat me. That's for sure. I think if my opponent had literally ever showed me days and like made me think about it, then I think I could have won the first game. Um, but alas, yeah, okay, yeah. I just the game one, there was a turn where I like like did recruiter into wisp to have potential lethal versus I could have played a Yorion and a wisp and a recruiter. And my thought was like I would much rather if I'm making my opponent have a force of will, I would rather use the worst stuff first. Um, but but I guess I couldn't beat a force of will anyway. So maybe I was just supposed to cast the Yorion in that game. That was a weird game. I mean, turns out it's sometimes hard to play against decks you've literally never seen before. So I will approach the next match against blue white tempo differently. How about that? I can say that much. I'll be right back while the last match finishes. Back. Hello. We probably don't have a lot of time for it, but we'll do a little bit of art game. Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I could have done something. I definitely could have played the first game if I like I said, I realized I was dead to Force of Will anyway and just gone for the Yorion instead of trying to do the Wisp trick, but killing my opponent that turn if they had no permission was pretty enticing, and I hadn't seen days, so I don't know. It was a tricky one. This is almost certainly from Crimson Vow, and past that, I have no idea. Oh, it's Eldraine? Oh, really? Really? It's Lockthwain is in her epithet or something, right? Like heir to Lockthwain, something like that. I could also just put in Iara. Oh, okay, got it, got it, got it. Got it, got it, got it. Okay. Well, I'm okay, that makes sense. I can see the art for Iara now. Well, we'll give it 15 seconds. Thank you for the follow, Tireless Tracker. What's up? All right, Festive Funeral. Got it. Okay. Um, hmm. Tireless Trackers giving clues. Oh God, his ass. I can't place this one. It kind of looks like it could be from Theros. It also kind of looks like it could be from Amonkhet. Yeah, I would guess it's from Theros. I think that the pillars the pillars in the back definitely have more of a Greco-Roman vibe. Servants of Timuret. Born of the Gods. Classic. It becomes untapped. Each opponent loses a life. Whoa. Oh, shit. I definitely am. I doubt I'm gonna remember what this is called, but I know I'm gonna recognize it. Is this a Mardu card? No, it's not. No, 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 no. Yeah, right. Y'all keep giving me clues without giving me answers. Um, Devoted crop mate. There we go. What saga is this? Vraska's involved. Oh, this looks like a case. This case of the Vraska murdering someone. Sick. I mean, yeah, I got it, right? I mean, I think I get credit for that one. What? Oh, this must be from, um, Edge of Eternities. No clue. 2 mana scries when tapped guy. I actually kinda recognize that Oracle text, but it's not gonna get me a name. Spacey man. Starfighter pilot. Wow, that's actually kind of unfortunately, that one was kinda right there, huh? Hmm. I can't place this one. The cat's upset. That much I can tell. That makes sense. Anybody got a card name, or are we just gonna do clues for cards I've never heard of? Give me a name. Alright, good enough. Feral Prowler. Okay. Hmm. Is this a Teachings of the Archaics? Okay. Cool. We got one. We got one, Chad. Is this Rogue Elephant? I know that's a card. I just don't know what Rogue Elephant looks like, but this looks like it could be that. Hell yeah. What? Excuse me? Oh, kind of. All right, poly something. Ichthyomorphosis. Okay. All right. Finally. Something I can just snap off. Tallowisp, right? This is Tallowisp? No, or not, no. No. What is this? Glitter Fang. Thank you. Okay. All right. We're playing against Blue Red Delver again. Um, this looks okay. Turn 2 Thali on the play. Follow up with White Orchid Phantom. Hopefully they play Island or Fetch Island. Oh, never mind. That's not what's happening anyway. All right. Never mind. Last seen playing today, playing Delver, and now they're playing Storm. Doomsday, even worse. All right, here's the exile pilot for you sickos. It's me, I'm sickos. Yeah, I have a modicum of hope. Uh, we'll see how this goes. I think it's gonna come down, yeah, it's gonna come down to how many lands are in exile for sure. This one's taking a while, huh? Okay. Undercity sewers, underground sea, cavern, underground sea. So no more seas, usually only one sewers. Basics. Are there no basics in exile, or am I missing something? Uh, okay, so they're probably not on a basic swamp, but they have a basic island in the pile, and they have an LED for sure. No Edge of Autumn, but they have how many street wraiths? Only one street wraith in exile, so they certainly have some number of street wraiths. There's gonna be a Thoracle. There's gonna be an LED. I'm almost certain there's gonna be a basic island. Um, no deep analysis, but I am assuming, yeah, the consider is in there. Is this better than um yeah, 3 days is in exile, four, three, four, yeah, four forces. So I can, all right, Thalia, White Orchid, Thoughtseize plus Wasteland. I guess Thoughtseize plus Wasteland is almost certainly better than White Orchid, but I don't know if Thoughtseize is better than casting Thalia. They it's I think it's two street wraiths because the edge is in exile and they don't usually play two edges. I think everything else is right. I think it's consider is the last card. I think it's street wraith, consider, LED, Thassa's Oracle Islands. I'm gonna try Thoughtseize Wasteland. I feel like the most likely way I win is that the second Thoracle is in their hand right now. It's just cantrips. Okay, I'll take the brainstorm, I guess. Misty can get basic island. There's the LED. Okay. Okay. Um, that's something. I don't know if it's a lot, but I think it's something. A Skyclave or a Flicker Wisp could be game over? No, okay. So I want to force I think I want to White Orchid the Misty so that they have to fetch the island now. It's honestly possible that I was supposed to do that last turn. But this shuffles their pile. But we have Thalia, right? So they can't like cast Ponder, crack LED for blue, which is why I think like shuffling the pile here might actually be kind of important. Because then they don't know when they're gonna draw the Thassa's Oracle, and they don't have another mana source, so, they just get to ponder. Oh, okay, yep, that's right. Yeah, they declined to do it. That makes sense. Usually, the island is on the bottom, so I think what they have to do now is cycle Street Wraith, crack for blue, draw the Thoracle, cast it, and if they don't, then now we get to just blow up the or blow up the LED, and I think we win. Fuck yeah, let's go. I'm telling you, people give up against Doomsday way too often. God, that felt good. I'm bringing in Prismatic Ending because it can answer LED the same way it did there. Um, if they board into Barrowgoyfs, that would be a huge mistake. So they are welcome to do so. Something like that. This looks right. Yeah, I was thinking about maybe keeping plows in over Gaddock Teeg. Teague doesn't really do that much. It's basically just for force of will. I do not want a hand that is this mopey. I mean, Stoneforge isn't moping, but it's not great. This looks good. We'll throw back the Skyclave. Hmm. All right, which thing am I going to cast on turn two? It's good. Is a question. Um, I guess it depends if they're about to ritual doomsday me right now. No, they're pondering. Okay. Um, so flute either names Doomsday or it names Thassa's Oracle. Ideally, I name Doomsday because there's a lot less pressure on me if it resolves. The question is whether if they have a daze or a force, would I rather they use it on like Felia first and then flute after? Let's see what we get off this surveil first. I mean Overlord's gonna get that back anyway. I think the way my hand is positioned, I want to go for Overlord first. Yeah, there's it can just force concessions. I think I want to get like a try to like get threats on the board first. I guess I should have waited played to do Felia instead of Overlord, but I'm so used to having the Overlord without Felia in my hand that I forget I'm supposed to cast Felia first. Unfortunately, oh, personal tutor. Okay. Okay, that's not so unfortunate then. Um, oh, well. Now I'm just gonna flute and wasteland, I think. Flute Doomsday, Wastelands. Okay. It's forced. Force, pitch a force. Get rid of the surveil lands. So they need to have another black source. Yeah, okay. Against 3 underground seas, it'll be a bit harder to win like we did last time, but we will see what happens. I just noticed we milled one of the other flutes with this overlord, so we're about to cast our third. That might be a good enough reason for them to not do an LED pile, which would be good for us. For a choke, oh boy. That's not a card I've ever cast. Okay. Um, there are 2 edges. They are both in exile. I see 1 Street Wraith. At least one Street Wraith in their pile, probably. What about LED? It looks like LED is in the pile. No, so I'm gonna guess it's Consider's not in the pile. Only one Oracle. So what's in this one? LED, Street Wraith, Thoracle. Is the basic island out? The island is in the pile, so it's Thoracle, Island, Street Wraith, LED. And I can't tell what else. Force, all four forces, days. It looks like they have a daze in their hand, maybe. No. I see all three. Never mind. Um, what about Underground Sea? Yeah, the fourth Underground Sea is gone. Yeah, okay. So I think we just flute Thassa's Oracle. They have the mana to cast it, but they don't have. I don't think they have the mana to cast it and get through their pile. Three petals is normal. That's they don't usually play the full four. Um, ponder. All the ponders are gone. All the brain. One, two, three. There's one brainstorm that's not here. So that could be that could be one of the cards in their hand, right? One, two, three. So yeah, there's a brainstorm we don't know about. I think we just have to flute Thoracle and hope it makes them. They do not. We've seen unless they have a third days or a fourth days, which I'm pretty sure they don't because we didn't see one last game. Is it crazy to wait? Not really. It probably isn't crazy to wait. Yeah. Oh no, you're right. I should wait. There's the brainstorm. That's okay. They do have another Lotus Petal. Interesting. So that's a Street Wraith. They crack for blue. This is, I think, where I flute Thassa's Oracle, right? Three, four, five, six. It's basically take all of their mana. Yeah, I do it now because if it means that they're trying to cantrip through the rest of their pile, they can only do that so much. Or so because we've only seen because there's this Street Wraith and I think there's one more. I don't think they have three. So I feel like they just have to cast their Thoracle now. Or they have that. I forgot about Jace. Maybe I was supposed to wait. Oh, there is the fourth days also. Huh. Okay. All right. I have some things to think about. No, they milled a Thoracle. They had 2 Thoracles and a Jace. I don't think I had a way to beat that because I can wait to flute the Jace when they cast it. I can wait to flute the Jace when they cast it, and then the Jace doesn't do anything. I can then Skyclave the Jace, but then I would need to, um but then without the flute on Thoracle, I they just can cast Thoracle when they draw it, so I would need to find a way to reset the flute on Thoracle after that, which might be possible, but like that is what was required of us there. So I think his name I was thinking about fluting LED, but I think fluting LED may have been okay if we had a board in play that could kill them. Um, oh my god. Um, without a board in play that can kill them, the problem with fluting LED is that there's just not that much of a punish for them just like pretending the LED isn't in their pile and just just drawing what's it called? Just taking draw steps basically. I think fluting LED is a bit more enticing if they didn't have 3 mana in play already, basically, is where I'm coming from. Well, they didn't find a Doomsday, or the Doomsday would be on the stack right now, so but they don't shuffle. Do I want to White Orchid? I can't White Orchid, never mind. I've literally basic swamp. Can't White Orchid. Brutal. Was it worth doing on our turn to reduce total? Yeah, it totally was. Nope, that's definitely true. He has Dark Ritual, but it means that he can't like he has a lot of mana that I don't think it's a huge deal, but like it is something to force them to use a Lotus Petal to cast a Dark Ritual in order to combo this turn if they have to cast a cantrip first. That's the idea. That buys me a lot of time. I imagine some of that mana got brainstormed away. They don't really want that much, but it buys us a turn or two at least. It also makes their piles more complicated. Mm, what do I want here? I think I just want Failure for the clock, honestly. And hopefully I draw a white source and I can double spell. Okay. Maybe setting up to cast a Doomsday next turn. Well, what if I White Orchid you? Whoops. They have basic islands, but we have not seen a basic swamp yet. Okay. I'm going to cast Spellia on my turn now so that they can't counter it. Okay, so they chose to shuffle, but did not choose to get their basic islands. That's very interesting. They just want to save it for the pile, I guess. I guess saving it for the pile seems a little weird, just because like they're not likely to have a fetch land left. Draugen, thank you for the follow. How's it going? So I think they're going to play Black Source, cast Doomsday. Yeah, they're going to go down to 7. This is going to be a close one. Will LED be in the pile? I don't think they can afford for LED to be in the pile, can they? Like, they're not gonna have the life to I guess because they have 2 Edge of Autumns, maybe they can. Yeah, there's a couple different ways I see this going down. Because like, the problem with LED is it means that like they need to cycle through their whole deck that turn, basically, because otherwise they're dead. LED means they can't cantrip at all, which means they have to use all free cyclers, and they're only going to be able to use it if we attack. If we don't flicker the white orchid, we're going to put them to 3, so they can only use 1 street wraith. They have 2 edge of autumns, so they could use both of those. Though if we flicker our white orchid phantom, it changes that. I'm not gonna think about it too much more until we can get a sense of what's in the pile, because I think there's just too many variables right now. Yeah, it's also Jace. Oh yeah, can't Jace an LED, so that I'm guessing Jace will not be in the pile because they would need to have 2 lands in the pile for that. Yep, Jace is out. Okay, what do we say? No consider, no LED. There's no LED in the pile. Um, no underground or undercity sewers, underground sea. Doomsday, Street Wraith. They have 2 Edge of Autumns and a Street Wraith. All right, so the cards that I don't see, we identify. We're going to try to identify all 9 cards. I guess I'll take my draw step. There are two Edge of Autumns, a Street Wraith, a Thassa's Oracle, a basic island, um, a Brainstorm. No, never mind. All the Brainstorms are gone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 10 fetches in this pile, so there's definitely not a fetch lane missing. So it's all right. I'm gonna write this down. So we have uh Oracle, Edge, Street Wraith, Island, Force and Days, one of each. Yeah, there's 4 in hand. So I'm trying to identify 9 total cards. I'm guessing the Force and the Days are in their hands. I doubt they would put them in their pile right now. So I think their pile is basically Street Wraith, Edge, Oracle, Islands. And they might have a I don't think they have a fetch land in hand. I see 10 fetches in the exile pile. Um, I see 3 personal tutors in exile, but I don't know if we've seen a full 4. I am thinking we're gonna get a solitude here. Yeah. Consider is an exile. Oh, um, that's weird because okay, one of the other cards in their hand right now is Deep Analysis. They have not boarded out Deep Analysis. It's been in every other pile, but I don't think they would put it into the pile, so it must be in their hand. So I think there's one unknown card. It's Oracle, Edge, Wraith, Island, Force, Days, Deep Analysis, question mark. I am going to okay. This is my plan. Felia attacks Flicker's White Orchid Phantom to kill one of the underground seas. They may choose to get their basic island out because they might need that in play in order to cycle through their Edge of Autumns. If they do, though, it shuffles their pile. I'm going to get Recruiter for Solitude so that I can answer a imperfect Oracle. Basically, they're not going to be able to. I guess the problem might be that if we don't have I think it's gonna depend on whether this is so hard. Since a force of will is live, I do have to be mindful of the fact that they might just have force of will for our solitude and it won't matter. But I don't think that I can really play around that, right? I just have to hope that wherever it is, they don't have it. That's what I got. The fact that I have made a Doomsday player think for 19 minutes is I will take that as an accomplishment even if we lose this game. I think we are probably likely to win from here, but there's definitely some uncertainty that I'm not fond of right now. I don't the one other line would be basically to just get the Overlord into play, but I don't really like that very much. The nice thing is it puts my opponent to 3, so that they would only be able to use a single Street Wraith, but they are only showing us a single Street Wraith that's in their pile anyway, so they are focusing on the Edge of Autumns right now. So I think this really is the only line. Um Well, he can only double edge if he gets the island out of his deck right now, which I think is why he is thinking about it for this long. They had an Underground Sea was the last card. I totally missed to count the Underground Seas. Okay, we now know all 9 cards. And here might be where we lose the Force of Will. Yes! Oh my god. Yes! Oh my god. I might edit out that entire match just to have an example for when people complain about the Doomsday matchup. I want to make it entirely clear. The Doomsday matchup for Death and Taxes in all of its forms is not good. However, I think people have way more agency in the average match that they play against the Doomsday than they actually think that they do. And I think that entire match was a really good example. Are you talking about the flute at the very end when they cast the Jace? Because I do think I think it was probably a mistake to cast the flute. I we were we needed to draw something to not lose the next turn anyway, but I think it is we maybe making a Thorical cost more mana when they had that mana available might have just not been good enough. Thank you very much. Have a good night. I hope I top 8 too. If I don't, I am look, that match alone made this whole thing worth it. So, give me a second. All right, just noticed that I got a brand new keyboard and I just realized that one of the uh one of the rubber stoppers on the case just came off. 1 second. Or it came off when I was messing with it last night and then I just didn't put it back on. There we go. Clean cut. It's 44 players, so I'm not sure if it's a clean cut. Before we get all these new cards, Doomsdays just go fetch, fetch, land, then Thorkel. You're right, but like I could go back. I have like a spreadsheet somewhere for a while where I was tracking my like win percentages against particular decks. In the hopes that like that data would like mean anything to me, and it just kind of didn't. Um, I with mono white D&T 2.5 years ago. I guess yeah, 2.5 years ago. I was like my win rate against Doomsday was like a coin flip. Like I think I was winning about as often as I was losing, but like that's much different than, the like 30% matchup a lot of people think it is. Don't get me wrong, a lot has to go your way, but I think a lot of people just like assume that as soon as things are iffy, that it's just that the game's just over. And I think that's just really not the case. And people throw away a lot of wins that way. 3 or 4 X2s make sense to me. I remember last week it was a 60 player challenge. It was pretty tight. I think like N X2 made it in, if that. But there should be a bit more room this time around. Yeah, I mean, there's only 3 XOs. Um, the best and worst fast combo matchup. Um, that's an interesting question. It's tough because part of it just depends on how much room that you have to respect it in your sideboard, which I realize complicates the entire question. But I would say I think Doomsday is probably the worst fast combo matchup just because like there's so much less variance, Like generally speaking, once the Doomsday has been cast, the game is over. But a lot, and your opponent can just do that on turn one. Um, I think like I think what makes basically all other fast combo matchups like more tolerable on average is just that like they need more than a single card in their hand. They need like a particular collection of cards that can kill you. And when they need to take a draw steps, every turn they give us is hugely important. Like as soon as we can get a deafening silence or a graph digger's cage play, as soon as we can start casting White Orchid Phantoms or Thalias or whatever. I agree Saga Storm is probably one of the better ones. These kind of overlap in some way, but I think Casino Storm also. Um, I feel like most decks with Echo of Eons, honestly, are very frustrating to play against, but they all have a very meaningful, like, fail rate. Um, um, I guess Casino Storm's kinda dead now, 'cause, when I think of Casino Storm, I think of, like, the Storm decks that will Entomb for Echo of Eons. That's what Harain calls it. I like the name. But those are dead now, so I guess we don't have to think about those. I'm gonna be muted for 1 sec. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I think LED Echo, I think the best thing you get out of it is an ability to mull into Oblivion and still have a hand that can, like, work. But most of those decks definitely suffer in terms of consistency. Quantum Riddler Artist's Talent? I'm not even sure how those cards work together. That's weird. It's Killaby. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I have played against almost no Riddlers so far. I think I've played a single match against a Riddler deck. Has not been very common for me. Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense. I just heard my dog. I'll be right back. We'll hop in soon. Don't worry, chat. All right, I'm back. We're on the play finally. Let's go. Oh shit, it's a Meteor in here. Oh no. I already blew it. I already bled a minute. Oh no. Doing this again, huh? Uh, sure. It sure do be a mirror, huh? Yeah, we'll go for Felia over the third Skyclave. Okay. Okay. Not an exact mirror. This could be breakfast if they're. This could be breakfast. I'm gonna think about breakfast. But they did that, which makes me think that it's a Felia deck. So I'm gonna do this. I also think just like bolting in your Witch Blessed Meadow is pretty telling too. So Yep. All right. Beautiful. White, huh? Stoneforge, sure. Yep. I think this game's gonna be over soon. I won't call it this early, but they are meteor sorting as well. Okay. Hmm. I'm gonna save the Thoughtseize for uh Yorion later. Okay. Okay. My Overlord's turning on next turn, so feeling all right. Flicker Wisp. Okay. You're gonna Flicker Wisp your which? Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yes, I agree. That was not the right choice by them. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye, Overlord. Bummer. Um, Thalia here is like kind of whatever. Mm. Tempted to just buy Yorion here. Yeah, I'm gonna get Yorion. I could Vile in White Orchid Phantom right now to take them off of a mana this turn, but I don't think that really matters to me. I would much rather just like eat their Flicker Wisp in combat than like take away a mana from them. Do they not have a basic island in their deck? Okay. They got the first recruiter, so that's good for them. They got a Lauren. Interesting. Okay. Perfect. Um yeah. I mean, if they're just gonna keep showing me no basic islands, then I'll take them off blue mana. Okay, now they have blue mana, whatever. Okay, it's not a big deal. Killing the Flicker Wisp is the reward. This just looks like blue splash DNT to me. I don't even think that this is necessarily a cantrip deck. I'm also not even sure if they have Riddlers, but we'll see. Now I kind of want a Thoughtseize since I have two of them. Yeah, we'll Thoughtseize. They have Palace Jailer. Whoa, okay. Okay, I think I'm taking this formal. Yeah, I'm definitely taking this formal wear. Yeah. And it's just a body in play. So we're probably gonna lure in my vial, and I'll be a little disappointed about that, but such is life. I think I am going to Skyclave the Recruiter, but I'm not certain about that. Yeah, I just want less material in play on their side. Let's get rid of stuff while I attack them with first strikers. Oh yeah, this is very good. I could Thoughtseize the Palace Jailer here. Um, but I can just take the Monarchy back, and then it's kind of over from there. So I think I'm just gonna wait. I think them putting in the Monarchy might be like actively bad for them, which is why I'm not taking it away yet. I will probably take whatever they get with this Recruiter, though. They get a Solitude. Okay. Okay. This is so fine. Yeah. Yep. You get a 3/3. Congratulations to you. Yeah, I guess I'm just taking the Meteor Sword. Yeah, taking the Meteor Sword, and now I'm getting my own Meteor Sword. I milled my Meteor Sword. Damn it, I'm getting Formal Wear. Okay. I have a Skyclave in the art. It's not dead, but I should have attacked there. I went too fast. There's a Riddler. Okay. So Wasteland. Are they going to waste me? I feel like they can't, but I'm curious if they will. They don't. Okay. I said not attacking with Phantom was a mistake. I just went too fast. I don't care about the White Orchid. They can't warp, or they can't cast the Riddler and Wasteland me. I think I'm just gonna recruit for a Solitude, I guess. Uh if they Wasteland me, I'm gonna Formal Wear back a Skyclave on something at random, doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm gonna get a Solitude, and then I can Formal Wear back a Skyclave at will. Zephelia. Okay. I will Formal Wear that right now. Okay. I am shocked they're not wastelanding me here. This game's over. They really needed to wasteland me here. And it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Giving them, yeah, yeah, it doesn't matter. You can have illusions. I do not care. All right, White Orchid, this Caracas, Skyclave, the Recruiter, Skyclave, the Lauren. Yeah, yeah, this is all. Um, we're just gonna Solitude every turn. I said we're gonna Solitude every turn. Resolves. Okay, they get to draw two. I think they need to draw way more than two right now, unfortunately for them. I am just gonna kill him. I guess almost kill him. I guess I can just swing out, right? Like, is there really anything worth worrying about here? No. You're dead. Yep, that's 7 damage. Cool. Okay, bringing in removal, paths, containment, bringing in these. Maybe some flutes, but I don't want to go too hard on the flutes. I mean, this is pretty clean. um, I think I just leave it at that. I don't really see anything that I really want to cut for flutes. Good hand. I also miss Timeless Dragon. That was a fun card. Ooh. Um, Stoneforge? Don't mind if I do. Maybe my opponent will think I'm going to violin a Stoneforge, but little do they know. Okay. Um, so airbend. That means okay. What is airbend again? Oh my god. There's literally no reminder text on it. Okay. Exile cast again for 2. Okay, that's what I thought. So there's no reason for me to do anything. I just let this happen. Yeah, okay. There's like no value in like Caracasing it or whatever. Okay. I think I'm gonna get a formal wear with this one. Yeah, I like formal wear off this. Another way I could have done was honestly get a meteor sword so that my opponent's kind of in a bind on having to kill both the Stoneforge and the Felia on the same turn. That's another way I could have gone about it, honestly. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up to 5. Yeah, I don't really mind trading my Felia off here. They have a solitude. Okay. In that case, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this now. Formal wear back. Wisp with the Overlord. Okay. And we whiff again. Oh my god. That's like 3 overlords that have whiffed today. Hi, Katie. Hello. A wasteland. Uh-oh. Recruiter. Okay. Just gonna get another Stoneforge, maybe. Witch Enchanter. Okay. Solitude, please. Not quite. Okay. Um Man, this is kind of rough. I think that I am just supposed to get Yorion into play, get the value out of it that I can while I'm still able to. That's kind of where my head is at. I'm going to start with an attack with the Overlord, though. I guess I should have put Yorion in my hand already, but what I get off of this might change my choice. Witch Enchanter. I mean, I'm just going to play one of these as a land anyway, so. Oh yeah, I did totally miss damage with Wisp. Why did I not attack there? That was silly. All right, I'm doing this. I should have bolted in one of these too in case that my opponent has a Containment Priest. I'll do it now, but I should have done it before. Ephemerate on the Solitude. Well, shit. Okay, I really needed that mana in play. I didn't realize my opponent was playing Ephemerate. Okay. Then I guess I'm just flickering the Stoneforge. Yeah, okay. A lot of surprises right now. I will get... I milled the Meteor Sword again. Oh my god. Come on. All right, I have to get this out of here. There's no option. Can't really deal with that. Okay. So my opponent should be at 10. And unfortunately, they should be a lot closer to dead than they are. But Flicker Wisp on the Ang, maybe? On the Recruiter. Okay. Maybe getting a Solitude. I have definitely made some pretty big mistakes here. Spell Seeker. Okay. Come on, Vile, go on the stack, please. I can't waste any more time right now. I am so close to having my opponent dead here. Or no, right. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I'm dumb. Wild. Okay. I think I'm fine with that. Um I'm just passing. I can put in Sash and Felia and then figure things out from there. Okay. Casting Meteor Sword, probably. Yeah. Wonder what they kill here. The vial. I'm not using that, so that's fine by me, actually. I don't know if they really had the time to be doing that. Magic Online. I'm targeting. There we go. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I flicker out the recruiter, they're dead. I have exactly 5 white mana to eat 5 permanents with Lion Sash. Cool. I love Sash lethals. Yeah, we know their whole hand, so no solitudes to worry about. There we go. Got him. It's a good day for us, chat. Yeah, my opponent just cast a meteor sword to blow up my vial on 5 when I had no 5 drops anyway. And then I put in a Sash and Ophelia, blinked out the recruiter, and then had exact lethal. Sometimes Lion Sash is a surprise 7/7. What are our breakers looking like? I'm curious. Show tiebreakers. First tiebreaker is decent. Definitely not super high in the X ones, but if they played their Witch Enchanter as a land for Yorion, yeah, that well, yeah, I think that was probably better. They were getting pretty low, but they could have that turn played Witch Enchanter as a land and Yorion to a recruiter at least, so that's something. So far, have I missed the option to get Cauldra? I don't think so. I think every time I haven't been able to get Meteor Sword because I've milled it, I I liked that I was trying to get Meteor Sword. Um, it's like questionable whether I would have wanted Sword or Cauldra against Doomsday, but I never cast a Stoneforge in that match anyway, I think. So what about the second formal wear as Cauldra? I think I don't know just because I haven't been stone forging that often today. So I haven't explicitly needed the second formal wear, but I've also played a lot of weird matchups, a lot of exile removal and doomsday. So I wouldn't have wanted it against that The Delver deck I played against, they were way, way too aggressive. And I have already forgot. Oh, Sneak and Show. Definitely wanted Phantom or Meteor Sword against Sneak and Show. So um Rape Batterskull. I think Batterskull is like more playable than it has been because it's like really good against Cutter. Um, but I don't it's just not really good against like literally anything else. But at least like, the premier tempo deck is playing a threat that actually has a very hard time dealing with a Batterskull in play. So and is attacking on the ground because that's been the problem for a while is like every Delver threat just flies. Um, but now that the most important card in the deck attacks on the ground, I think that changes. I feel like Cauldra has always been that's definitely not fair. Cauldra has gotten meaningfully worse since Kozilek's command got printed. I think that was the real turning point. I think the card has always been an important feature in the deck. Like you need to have an equipment in your deck that forces your opponent to deal with Stoneforge. It's just a question of what that is, and Cauldra for a long time was always the best. This deck has a good cutter matchup. I think that if there's a reason to be excited about Death and Tax's place in the meta right now, it's that your cutter matchup is good. And basically, but your matchup against most fair decks is good, and your cutter matchup is good. And you just hope that cutter gets more and more popular and bullies all of the Mystic Forge players out of the room, basically. Yeah, I think that's part of the problem is that like there's so you need the threat of Cauldra in D&T assumes you are going to be attacking over a number of turns. And yeah, that just doesn't happen all that often, especially when you really want that clock against decks that are playing the One Ring, and so they can just fog you over and over. Um, I think the lack of Mother of Runes is also a huge like factor in that. Like the fact that we don't play Mom anymore and thus can't like protect the Cauldron Germ once it's in play, nor can we protect the Stone Forge that's trying to put the Cauldron into play, is a big change in the dynamics of how those cards work. And for what it's worth, there's a number of reasons we're not playing Mom, but Kozilek's command is certainly one of them. So it's kind of a double whammy there. Yeah, I mean, the germ token is too easy to deal with because the removal that has been printed and the removal that is being played right now is much better against Cauldron than it used to be. MC Maverick playing Mamathalia. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't hurt yourself like that. All right. I will be right back. I'm going to go see my family. They got back from music class and I miss them. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I have returned. Needs a card like Scythe Cat Cub, a 2 drop that is a fast clock on its own. Yeah, I think the thing is they refuse to print those kinds of cards in white like generally speaking, and then on top of that, like just because of the way D&T works, it needs to be something that's like synergistic in some way. Um, and I doubt we're gonna get anything like that. As much as I would like to. What white really needs is like a Barrowglyph, basically. This is definitely from Lorwyn. It's an elemental, but I don't know. I definitely recognize this art, but I have no idea what this card is called. There's that cycle of cards. Mm. There's a cycle of cards that like tutor a particular creature type to the top of your deck. I think this might be the one for elementals, but I don't remember what it's called. I'm trying to remember like what that cycle is called. It's not okay. Never mind then. Harbingers. Thank you. Okay. So never mind. I'm wrong about that. That was my best guess. If anybody has anything, is it? I thought this was a. Oh, you said pinger. It's a pinger. Okay. Hmm. 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 I've got nothing. I need a card name. If anybody's got it, we've been playing too much art game with nothing but clues and very few card names. So this time I'm gonna need a card name. It is in fact Flamekin Pinger. So close. Flamekin Spitfire. Yep. 4 mana to ping. Yep. This goblin is so buff. I don't know what this is, but I need to know what this card is. Sam, that is such a deep cut. Oh my god. That makes so much sense though. It's goblins and Lorwyn. I hope that you are confidently right. You're okay. It's from Eventide, and I mean everything that you describe about that card really or describe about what the card does really matches with that art, which is why I like. I think you're probably right, even though I have never seen this art in my life. But I will once again point out we need a card name, folks. You were right about it being from Eventide, but This card is very cool. And this art is awesome. Uh, it's obviously Almond Cap. I think that's right. Yes, it is. Yep, there we go. Oh, I'm gonna recognize Realm Breaker. Thank you. It's the new, yeah. Yep. I'm good with that as a starter, unless someone has a better suggestion. Nobody's got it. Yep, it's Sky Diamond. There you go. This is Cityscape Leveler. To the Avatar version. Yeah, Fire Nation drill. Yeah, I saw that on the bonus sheet and was like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I can't be upset about that one too much, even though I think like I don't know, the aesthetics of just like a screen, like a frame from the show just taking up the entire card just doesn't look good to me. And I'm not just saying that because this one is so cursed, but it is. Oh, Fire Nation drill is just another card. Okay, got it. Different perspective. This one looks weird. I don't know what to make of this one. Oh, got a minute and a half. They're more legible, but they they're still uglier to me. Oh, is it from Monster Hunter? I'm skipping it. Nope. Mm, is this in Oath of the Gatewatch? I think it was whichever set they brought Convoke back. It's or the Converge. Yeah, it's the blue green Converge card. It's like a flyer, but it gets +1/+1 for each color used to cast it. Something like that. It's something Manta, I think. I remember it being like I didn't like play this limited format, but I remember it being unreal in this limited format. But unfortunately, I am once again only giving myself clues. I'm gonna give Katie some time on this one. All right, looking back to it. Please don't be playing Mystic Forge. They were playing Mystic Forge the last time I played against them, so I guess what's my placement right now? I don't remember how to get to it. Oh well. And I'm on the draw. Come on. I'm just gonna hope they're not playing Mystic Forge. I don't think I can mulligan assuming that because, like, what am I gonna do in game 1 anyway? Okay, not Mystic Forge. So you're saying there's a chance. Maybe Eldrazi? No, sneak and show and tell. Well, guess I got a Meteor Sword. Oh, no, Blue Post. No, you're right, you're right. This is Blue Post. Chalice wouldn't be in sneak and show. This is gonna be my first time really playing against Blue Post, so we'll see how it goes. I would like that, thank you. Mm, yeah. Cool, I'll take it. Nope, definitely Blue Post. Wondering? Yeah, bummer. Skyclave? Can I get a Skyclave? No. I think in this specific spot, you might be right, just because my opponent has taken they've taken 10 damage off of their own cards, but I don't think that's super common. But it would be better specific here for sure. I cannot deny that. Just please don't find a planar nexus. That would be nice. Okay. Dismember. Okay. I mean, I think I'm just yeah, formal or Stoneforge. I think I would have done anything that could double spell here if I had the opportunity to, but I just can't. So, but if I get a formal wear here, and I'm not getting anything here, then I would have been able to potentially formal wear plus Felly the next turn. Savage beating. Hello. Bad timing for me. Uh-oh. Real ones know that Savage Beating is one of the sickest cards in the first edition versus system. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. It's just the 2 of you. I don't really see myself winning this, but no. Gaining 5 and then getting another 3, I think it's gonna be too much. I really needed my Stove Forge to not get countered 3 times. I guess twice. Yeah, we can move on. All right, Gaddock Teeg, it's your time to shine. Sam, you've told me that Deafening Silence is actually pretty good here. I'm gonna trust you. Prismatic Ending isn't real. Swords. Something like this, maybe? I'm not sure if Thalia is good or not. A couple swords over solitudes. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna try this. This hand looks pretty all right. I don't like 2 removal spells, but the rest of my interaction is quite good. Let's just hope that they boarded into Barrogoyfs, even though they probably shouldn't have. Hmm. I'm not even sure that Barrogoyfs are better than Chalices, but I do see your point. I think I'm taking the Thundertrap Trainer here because I have the Karn's handled by Disruptor Flute, Barrogoyf's handled by the removal. Yeah. I just don't want them to be able to dig through and find anything else to do, basically. I kind of want to draw a land here. Ugh. I think I just flute. So they can play Ancient Tomb and cast Goyf next or and cast Karn next turn. So I think I just want to flute now. Just flute Karn right now. In a perfect world, I would be able to play a land here to plow their Goyf, but such is life. Please just give me a white source next turn, please. Come on. Okay. Thank you. I thought you'd like it. Okay, I think we're over Thalia. Now we need to kill this cloud post. This one's for you. I don't think their new EP is for me, unfortunately. I wish him the best of luck, but it's not for me. The chalices are still in? Okay. I feel like I need to just like top deck a Gaddock Teeg here to have a chance. It feels like this is getting out of hand pretty quick, pretty fast. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna untap because I want my opponent to go to discard before they can force me. Well, that works. I guess the problem is I kind of have to use that on the One Ring, huh? Okay, let's see what happens here. This gets forced. Now, am I supposed to Skyclave the Barrogoyf or am I supposed to Skyclave the One Ring? Dr. Pepper, thank you for the follow. I feel like I have to Skyclave the Barrogoyf, unfortunately, which feels like a losing play, but I just don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Like, if my opponent has a Barrogoyf in play still, then, like, the game just keeps going on, and this game doesn't get better for me if it goes longer. I just hope the Deafening Silence slows them down long enough that I can get the last couple points of damage over the finish line. So maybe I was supposed to wait when I cast the flute, like wait for my opponent to put Karn on this deck. I'm trying to figure out what the punish would be there, because there probably is one, but yeah, of course. Why does this card exist? this is a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Like I don't understand. Thank you. I get a lot of compliments on my music tastes. It's nice. What did they board out if they have 3 chalices but also have barrel boys? I don't understand. Nothing I do matters here. Look, I'm not used to holding W and my land's not tapping for white. Savannah, the when you hold W, it goes to green. This deck is stupid. I'm good. We can stop. All right, we'll see if my breakers are good enough. Unfortunately, I literally lost my round 1 win was to somebody who just went 0-1 drop, which really hurt me. Um, it's gonna be close. We don't have a name? Okay. I'm putting in Manta. That's all I got. This is not what I thought it was. Okay. It's a totally different card. This card does look very good and limited, but not at all what I thought it was. Now it's bugging me, so I need to figure that. This one. This is the one that I was thinking of. Even the old. Oh, okay, got it. Got it. Yep. Who has an intimate knowledge of the Avatar: The Last Airbender? This could just be a Zuko card, but you know what? I don't care. Yep. Let's go, my boy Tuck Tuck. All the reason for Exia sets just blend together. I don't know which one it is, and I don't really care. This might be one of the partner cards, honestly. One of the like 2 legendary creatures stapled together, but I'm not sure. Second favorite rare goblin in the block? Hell yeah. If you don't know what the first one is, you're not in the club. Should be obvious. I'm over it. Okay. Oh, it's the backside of a card. Yeah, that's fake. Ooh, this looks familiar. I think this either was or is still in Pauper Cube. No, never mind. I'm thinking of something else. It kind of looks like it kind of looks like Mother Bear, I think is what I was coming from. Just like this is obviously not a bear, but the shape of the art resembles Mother Bear, I think. All right. Ridge scale Tusker. Right. This is the special guest version of Prismatic Ending. This is it's Mythic BFC, white, white XX. It's basically, yes, Quarantine Field. It's basically Oblivion Ring X creatures. Yeah. Sorry. Banishing Light X creatures. Ugh. What? This might, yeah. Um, yeah, we are just getting all avatar cards. Whatever. No, it's Eldraine. Okay. Okay, I got some Tempest vibes from this one. Whoa. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna answer the question. What do I think about splashing blue instead of green? Um, the main problem is that like those all of the the cards that you're mentioning are just worse at solving the problems that Teeg is. So you're not really gaining anything. You would have to go so far as to be like splashing for consigned to memory, which is like a whole issue that it kind of presents to your mana. I think if you're trying to play a hate bear, Teeg is the best and it's not super close. That's sick. This looks cool, whatever it is. Yeah, I think the big problem with meddling mage specifically is that like you can't play cards that stop one ring decks that can then just die to Kozilek's commands. They have main deck very efficient cantripping removal. That's why Teague is as effective as he is because you literally cannot be answered by Kozilek's commands. Um, and that changes a lot about the dynamics of those matchups. Uh, Sawtusk Demolisher. Okay. Not the best art I've ever seen. It's got character, that's for sure. Um, this feels like the kind of card that would just be called like Centaur Archer. Jolreel's Archer. Okay. Jolreel's Centaur. I should have waited a minute. I'm sorry. Oh, is this? Oh, yeah, this is Shadow Gang Brothers. I can't even tell what this is picturing. Oh, natural balance? I believe it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. I I just don't know how to feel about looking at this and then closing the tab and seeing this. I just don't know how to feel about it. This is also an avatar card, isn't it? I'm not sure it is, but I was calling it's lion vulture, son of fucking. This is something the grandiloquent. What's his name? Bruvac? Is that right? Cool. This one looks familiar. I feel like we got this on our game recently. Well, JR, were you gonna correct me and say that it was lion vulture? Still 4 matches, huh? Not feeling good about our chances, Trap. We'll see how it gets evaluated, but yeah, I beat a person with a much lower match percentage that or I lost to someone with a much lower percentage. That sucks. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be knocked out. Yeah, 3 XT is almost no shot, unfortunately. We'll see. I'm gonna get ninth on breakers again. I don't know what this is. Deadly Alliance. Yeah, we did have this one recently. Yeah. Is this Aether Hub? No, it's not Aether Hub. My boy Lotleth Troll. Okay. That was too fast. What is this? I got nothing. Shrewd storyteller. Oh, okay. I didn't think that was going to be Duskmorn, but I guess it makes sense. Interesting. This has Eldraine, Eldraine vibes to me. You are so right, and I'm skipping it now. It was Eldraine. I can't look at it anymore. uh It's a legendary dragon. It could be a Mardu card. I got no idea. I just know it's legendary because you can see a peek and poking it up here. That's all I got. It looks like it could be vaguely Mardu colored. Um, it could also just be something else. I don't know. Helpful, I know. I think it would probably be from Tarkir, or no, it has to be from Tarkir Dragonstorm because the legendary frame didn't exist back then. I was gonna say it would have to be because, yeah. Anyway, I got nothing. Does anybody have? We have ideas, but I don't think anybody has a card name, so I'll give it 10 seconds. Okay. Yeah. From yeah. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Very interesting. That's freaking me out. Mischievous Chimera. Okay. I figured it was gonna be something Chimera, but I have a bad feeling this is a Doctor Who card, but I'm not certain about that. It's just a bad feeling I have. It's Doctor Who. Wait, was that Doctor Who? No, it was New Capenna. Okay. Oh, all the Avatar cards. What's this thing's name again? Thank you. Oh, is this just a rad roach? Infesting rad roach, of course. This is Witch Blessed Meadow, isn't it? Nice. This is Kutzil's flanker. No, it's not. It looks a lot like Kutzil's flanker. It's mirrored. It's mirrored. Come on, last round opponent win. Except, yeah, win. I think. Anyway, I don't know what I want them to do because then they could be taking one of my spots, but so could their opponent. So I think I want them to win. Innistrad, protect from evil. Yeah, that sounds right. Spare from evil. Good enough. That counts. We got this last time. Swift Warkite. There's so much Avatar. Is this just Cabbage Merchant? Like, it looks like it's featuring the guy, but it could also be. I remember there was like a card, some unfortunate Cabbage Merchant. Many partings. Okay. Sure. We were all. Well, my last round opponent lost, so that's not good for me either. Whip fine. All right, alliances, got it. Oh, this says Terra in the name. I'm pretty sure. Terra Eternal, thank you. I've played against this card in Pauper. It's like a 1/1 with an effect when it dies. If I remember right. Or I'm just thinking of something totally different. You know what? I cannot help myself. Foreboding fruit. Right. Never mind. It's just a no. Yeah, never mind. Never mind. I'm thinking of something else. I have played against that card in Pauper, though. I just thought it was a creature. This goblet's ready. I'm willing to believe that it's Goblin Raider, unless someone has a better idea. The goblins are going hard this art game. Yep, Goblin Raider it is. Is it a gun or a stick? I think it's a stick. Lae'zel, okay. All right, chat. Which P3K card is this? Anyone got an idea? I can only name cards. I can only name P3K cards that it isn't. Yeah, if it was riding the Dealey horse, I would know. I can see that art in my head, but I got nothing on this one. Snipes. That was just a guess. Destroy one creature with horsemanship. It sure is. I cannot wait to wait all this time just to get 9th on breakers. I feel like I might get 11th, honestly. It's like it does not look good for me, but I have no idea what this is. Oh, Bond of Agony. I do know about this card. Anyone know which vehicle this is? I can only think of ones that it isn't. All right, I think we've agreed on Ballista. Chat, what card goes Ballista Charger? Okay, cool. My head is just saying Pouncing Jaguar. Hunting cheetah. Damn. Oh, it counted it. That's funny. Oh, Eldraine Green Legends. What's his name? Garenbrig, right? Oh, right. Garenbrig's the epithet, right? Yorvo. Anyone got a better name than Yorvo? Oh, again. Oh my gosh. Ugh. I did what I could. The matches that I lost were not even a little bit winnable. So, such is life. Sorry, that's a lie. One of them was maybe winnable. A game that I lost was winnable. The other one was not. Such is life. All right. Was it Yorvo? It is Yorvo. I don't know what this is, so I think we're going to call it. Thanks for hanging out, chat. I hope you had a good time. Hopefully, I can top 8 one of these. That's 2/9 now. Cloud Seeder. Okay, you do know what it is. All right. That's a future sight card. Sick. Oh, it's a spell shaper. Nice. One of the creature spell shapers. That's cool. All right, I'm out of here. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. I did. We had some very cool matches. Like I said, I think I'm gonna take that Doomsday match and just upload it separately so that I can just like. I think there's so much to talk about with that match. Um, and I want to give it as like a I want to give people hope that you can beat Doomsday even when they turn one Doomsday you. Um so yeah, I think we're gonna call it there. This deck is feeling good. I'm gonna get a sideboard guide created for it pretty soon. I'm gonna share in an article also hopefully soon. And yeah, hopefully I'll be able to anybody who wants to take this deck to the European Eternal Weekends next weekends. I'll hopefully have some stuff for you to mull over. So, but I think that's gonna do it for me. Let me see if anybody is around for a raid at this time of hour. There usually is not, but let me see. At least no other legacy players. Yep, nothing. All right. Well, that is going to do it for us today, chat. Thank you very much for hanging out as always. I will be back next Saturday. Maybe we'll be able to top 8 then. We will see. But this deck feels good. I like where a lot of the cards are. I can see a couple ways to tweak things, but overall, I'm pretty happy with how it's feeling so far.